arrange that. We are a little bit on the tighter side of the schedule, but it's all good because we are all celebrating together. And without further ado, I would like to give the microphone over to Mr. Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Namaste Bhaktivedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Namaste Chirana Namaste Saraswati
Sound is very bad. I took it from the. Okay, it's cool. Test on you.
Why is it feedback?
This is output, yeah?
Yes. Why is there feedback? You're getting sound from the temple room.
Yes.
and the roots are purified and spiritual, and therefore we should also Almviks Gård in that light, and also try to see each other in that light, in that spiritual light. So it's very nice that Yogendra Prabhu, Yaneshwara Prabhu, Shripadav, Lord Malik had organized this very nicely. For the pleasure, Shraddha, for the pleasure of Hajatata, and for the pleasure of all the Vaishnavas. Hare Krishna.
Okay, and also welcome everybody. And I would actually want to welcome my friends, because we grew up in Krishna consciousness together. And you're very dear friends to mine. Without your association, one doesn't know, like I just told Vega before, when I came to Heidelberg the first time, when I met the first devotees, this was Shivananda and then also Prithu. And Prithu said, I was on the way to India, and Prithu said, India is here, and the Prithu is so very convincing in his, when he tells these things. So, but I don't want to, I think the whole concept and the whole idea was Yogendra's, he came up with that need, that we want to celebrate Prabhupada's visit here in Sweden. So I want to give it to Yogendra, the microphone.
This microphone, it only picks up when you're in front of it. So this microphone doesn't work so well, it's here, and if it's here, it's too loud. So hand away from the mic and in front of you, then your voice sounds the best and the cleanest. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Welcome. Thank you all very much for coming and blessing us. Now we see it's mainly us here, but soon there will be a mass of guests coming. The kitchen is busily in preparation for about 200 guests. So we're having kind of an internal beginning here. Jamal and I mentioned that I had this idea a long time already. Actually, it was a number of years ago. I wrote to Pranava Prabhu, who was at Stockholm University together, and I asked him if it would be possible. It would be a dream come true if it could be so that the university, we could have a program there in hall number 6 in the Seed House. And by hard work of Pranava Prabhu, backed up, of course, by Ajit, was also intimately connected with introducing from the academic point of view, devotee scholars who are connected with Srila Prabhupada, and also with the support of the Dean, Susan Olson. They managed to get a large grant from the National Bank Fund for Research to initiate a collaboration for a new direction in the study of Indian religions. This is a historical development, and it was wonderful to be there. If I close my eyes there in this hall on Wednesday, I was thinking maybe I'm in the Holy Dham. I'm going to open my eyes and see that this is Stockholm University. It's a dream come true. But okay, that was preparation, and we had Janmashtami and Vyasa Puja. And yesterday we had a wonderful Harinam there in Uppsala, which happened to be the culture night. And we were, chanting and dancing and passing out prasadam and books there on the street there for 3 hours. So now we're starting here with the actual reunion. And today will be the public program. Tomorrow will be especially allotted for that you all who were here in 73. You can simply be together. Of course, if you want to speak with guests, that's entirely up to you, naturally. But tomorrow, there's no obligation, but rather the idea is that be together and it's for you. I would just like to now remember those who really wanted to be here today, but for some reason or other they could not come. For example, now this is not in order of importance, I'm just reading off a list here. We have Bhakti Vaibhav Maharaj, who really wanted to come, but he was grounded by his doctor, who may not move, so he is unfortunately not able to travel. We have also Bhakti Gauravani Swami, the author of Veda Vyas, who's the author at that time, Veda Vyas, whose book is presented there. And if anybody is interested in having a copy, you can contact Vaishnav Prabhu. But
that book has one chapter dedicated to Prabhupada's visit to Stockholm, 1973.
Chapter 13,
Yeah.
A Successful Week in Stockholm. One thing, though, Ajit Prabhu, when I think it was in connection with the passing of his father, Vesteros, he was going through his old things, and by grace of God, he found the flyer from 1973. So there we have, black and white evidence for the schedule of each day where Prabhupada was, and also that he wasn't actually at Stockholm University. It was the 6th, Hall 6 and the House C. All that, evidence was there. So the book, not a criticism, but it goes after the Veda base, which is a little inaccurate about what happened when. But anyway, the book is, I don't want to make a critical analysis here. The book is very, very nice. But the details may be slightly inaccurate. We have a little bit later information on that. But that's Bhakti Gauravani Swami. He's in Bulgaria there and with his obligations. So I hope that he is on live streaming. We had sent an invitation. I don't know if Abirai got that. Anybody on there, but they're invited to be here during this slot. Shruti Kirti, of course, was Prabhupada's servant when he was here, and he wanted to come, but he's attached to being in Vrindavan for Janmashtami, so he opted for that priority. And we have Gaurachandra Prabhu, who lives in Los Angeles. I never met him. I think he's originally from Portugal, but he was here in '73. And actually, he was the one who arranged that the psychiatrist who happened to live in Spånga, and was an old friend of his, he contacted him and invited him to come. And then he was introduced to Prabhupada and had a very nice conversation with Prabhupada there. So Gaurachandra, he really wanted to come today, but he could not come. And we have Puruji. Puruji is not really well. I don't know, you know better than me, but I just was in contact with his daughter, and she explained that he actually was in contact with us directly. He wrote a short response, and just was very respectful, but his daughter explained that actually due to health reasons he wouldn't be able to come, unfortunately. And then we have Hari Ramananda, who I hope is with us streaming now. Is that a fact? Hari Ramananda is on the stream. You don't know.
He's on, but his camera and microphone is off.
Aha, I see. Okay, but he and Shilpakarini, I was very, very hopeful that they would come. They were very important to me when I came to Stockholm in 1976. In the aftermath of after following the opportunities and trailblazing that you all did in '73 by Krishna's Grace came in '76, and Hardy went on there. Shilpaka Ruben was there and very supportive to me. But he wanted to come, but wanted not. But in any case, he was trying to be online here today. I hope that if he's hearing, and I offer you a humble basis, and thank you very much. And then it was Madhu Mohan Mohini and Shivananda, and they are there in Prabhupada Village in North Carolina, and they're fully engaged in the service of the deity there and had no opportunity to get a substitution. So they could not come. And we were in contact with Janeshwar Prabhu was in contact with Dina Sharma Mataji, and Chakravarti was, of course, a major player here in 1973 for the German Yatra, right? And but they could not come, apparently had other obligations. Hari Krishna Das from Holland, he really wanted to come, but he's had some very important work to do this week, and we spoke on the phone on Tuesday, or Monday we spoke on the phone, and he was promising me he would come. As soon as he could get himself, unentangled from his work there, that he would come. He would immediately just book a plane or train to come. But it didn't happen, so I can understand that there were, he became involved in something. Now, finally, that's the ones on my list who we had contact with. But I'm wondering about who the other ones who I couldn't get any contact with. Yeah, could you show the picture? Where is the put up the picture there? But we remember the actors from 1973, and if anybody would like to make a thanks or a remembrance of any of these important players here, then please do so. Of course, we have in the center Srila Prabhupada, who is the be-all and end-all of the introduction of Krishna consciousness in the West, and now in Europe, and now specifically here in Sweden. Would anybody like the microphone to remember someone from this picture here?
But could this be moved a little bit? Because we can't see it.
What they're setting up, we could move these chairs, and then they can actually see.
Yeah.
Maybe they could just move the screen.
They try to do it.
We're going to have a presentation, and
One I forgot to mention, Maharaj pointed out that I forgot a very important thing. Sachinanda Swami, he really wanted to come, but he said he could not come. But he did send a number of very nice herbal tea bags, which we put in the guest house yesterday. So he was thinking of us.
My father section on the pictures that our department Sunday, he's very busy writing his new book. He couldn't come. I didn't know about it. If you want to.
So we're waiting for the picture from Swami in 1973. But would any of you who were there in '73 like to mention, oh, actually, we also have another one. Gomer Narayan. Yeah. Gomer Narayan was Lale Yederstam. He was there in Small in 1973 for Prabhupada's presence, but he and his wife Shama, they just went to India last Tuesday. They couldn't have come. We must not ever also forget our Atma. No, we have Atma Nivedanam, I shall call him, whose wife here, he passed away, I think 2 years ago, 3 years ago now. Time is going. But we have his wife here, Ashalatan Mataji, and he was there at the when Prabhupada was president in 1973. So let us not forget him. Who else do we owe a word for? Umadev.
I was in the picture there. He's from England, but he's now living in America. Nice person.
Who else?
Vishwa Devi, with the red hair and 4 braids. Vishwa Devi was, you know, Hansa Dutta, he passed away in 2020. Yeah, he had cancer.
Was that Krula infected?
Sorry?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Let us not forget. Where's Jamulai? Here. Yes, we have Akrura. Can you please explain?
Yeah, Akrura was, like always Akrura is, very busy. He's 83 years old now, but he was like 25, you know, very busy with his art. And when I phoned him, he was just in a meeting with the city of Saarbrücken to place a sculpture in the middle of the marking place there. And I spoke with him, and he made an exhibition right now, this week, 3 generations. And this was him, his son, and his grandchild, the daughter from his son. So he couldn't come. He was too busy.
Oh, yes, we have another important actor. I only met him once very briefly in 1976, but it's Krishna Das from America. We had very early contact with Prabhupada in the late 60s, I think. And he has Swedish background, I think, doesn't he?
He's Swedish.
No, his wife, Krishnadas is there with the Madonna at the left there, and his wife Anjani is furthest to the left. And on the left side, she is one of the triplets, the Swedish girls that joined. And she was married to, is married probably still, with Krishnadas.
You can see on the left lower portion of the picture with the dark colored Mridanga, that is Purujit Prabhu. And Purujit was there, and he's now living in Germany and with his wife and daughter near the Abenteuer Temple. But he's very ill. He's lost enthusiasm to live, actually. And his wife has cancer, and he himself had like a couple of heart surgeries, and which left him totally incapacitated. So Pujit he used to be the cook at the Schloss Rettershof. And he was all the time the cook and the Mridanga player, you know. And I don't know if he's on the picture. Is Uta there somewhere on the picture? Okay. So Uta, you cannot see him there, I don't. But Uta, he just recently left his body in Australia. I don't know what the cause was. He was also from Hamburg.
You know that Uta passed away, right?
Yeah, I just said. How do you want? Uta and Victor were best friends before they came to the movement. And yeah, I'm the one telling the story, but actually maybe Victor can tell it. But they were going to go on a ship, right? And then the ship sank because they decided let's actually go and become devotees. Maybe you could
No, I already was already said.
See, this is Dvarkesh Prabhu. He is originally from Hungary, but he came to Sweden as a refugee, later became a devotee here and even took sannyas, Bhakti Dayal Swami, but he died in a car accident in 1996. And this is Ikshvaku Prabhu. He lives somewhere on the west coast of the US, in the forest. Normally, he works as a carpenter, builds houses and so on. Ikshvaku Prabhu, he was like the Sankirtan book distribution leader of the early days. Ikshvaku. Then we have here Her Grace Mridani Dasi. Mridani. She lives in Antwerp, Holland. She's married there.
We were in contact with her. I forgot her also, sorry. But she was too ill and could not come. Yes.
Mridani.
Mridani, yeah. Yeah, we were in contact with her.
I was hoping to meet her in Bangladesh, but then I learned that she's living near Antwerp.
And this is Havirdhana Prabhu. He was at one time husband of Mother Surabi. They went to Australia together. He's still in Australia, Havirdhana. Too far for him. And this is Uktal Prabhu. He was the son of a policeman and later became one of the leaders of the anti-sect movement in Germany. Picking out all the negative quotes from Srila Prabhupada's writings, Uktal Prabhu. And this is Mother Mani Manjari. She died in the year 2000 of diabetes. She wouldn't accept insulin as treatment. She would also only use natural medicine and died in a sugar coma, diabetes coma in 2000. This is Prasanta from the Hamburg temple, you know Prasanta?
Munich.
Munich.
He was a Munich lady,
Akshara Prabhu. Akshara, he lived in the US but has also died. And
He was a treasurer. Treasure loss.
this is Tushta Krishna. He later even took sannyas but left the movement later. Putra, yes, thank you very much. Yeah, Putra, yeah. And that's, at that time, this is his wife, I don't know.
No. Swisha Devi was his wife. Swisha Devi is next to him. Yeah, next to Madonna.
Okay. This is, of course, Pradyumna, Srila Prabhupada's Sanskrit editor. He traveled with Srila Prabhupada. And that is Ram Mohan Prabhu. Ram Mohan. Do you remember Ram Mohan?
Yes.
I was trying to look at the verse with you.
But the right for Johann is Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
That's why I want to do the Dutch one. Okay.
Yeah, you do the Dutch one.
Let me just
No, I don't really remember.
He wants to say something.
You were mentioning Krishnadas.
Yeah.
And he was a very important person for God that's coming, and he helped arrange a lot of things. I met him just recently, and 2 years ago, and then 2 years ago, and then I spoke to him and we had a conversation just a month ago, something like that. So he's coming to Sweden quite regularly, actually. And when he comes next time, we're gonna meet up. And he usually does it in the form of long walks. So I'm hoping to participate in a short walk.
According to capacity. This is Jubilee, is an elder brother of our Krishnas, and their elder brother was Swami. This is Anga Prabhu, he passed away.
What's his name?
Anga. And they came with us to Holland. This is Panchamukha. I haven't heard from him since 1975. American. This is Megapati, one of the biggest distributors of Holland. He was from England. He passed away too. This is Tulsidas Prabhu. He started the Sankirtan book distribution in Holland. In 1973, we had 11 devotees living in the temple when I joined. And in 75, due to his being fired up, we had 80 devotees. We moved to the Herengracht. Atmananda came with us. He's from America. And this is Gaurachandra. He was also in Amsterdam at that time. Yes. And I think this is Mahavijaya Prabhu, the Italian one. He passed away as well. He was a big Buddhist. He became a sannyasi and then left. And this is Buddha, by the way. That's the Dutch devotee.
Can't see Narendra.
You're up there.
Where is he?
Here's the thing. Narendra is there.
I'm invited to
Oh yeah, of course. No, yes, that's
and the image
Did you say Surabhi?
That gave in the middle.
And Krishna?
Hare Krishna was the youngest. He joined when he was 17.
Okay.
He preached to me. And the other day was the president.
It's good.
Narendra is also the romantic villain. Yeah.
Narendra is also there behind the throne of Bhakti Krishna. Yeah, Mahavikrama Nashnasi Chakyavaya Vijite Swapam Api Asidharmasya Trayate Mahatobaya. Krishna is very, very grateful. He's unlimitedly merciful. And whatever little service we make that anyone has done, it will never be lost. But on the other hand, Krishna is Bhava Grahi Janardhan. Even though we may not be able to physically perform what we would like to do for Krishna, even the emotion or the thought of having the interest and desire to serve Krishna, he takes that. So let us be very grateful to Prabhupada that he's given us this opportunity, and remember that all these great souls who did so much wonderful service at great personal sacrifice in the early days were very, very indebted to them. And may Krishna please be kind upon them.
If anyone wants this picture, I have a picture of this picture on Facebook with numbers on them, with the names of Mahavijaya Prabhu. He provided all the German names. And so if you would like the picture, then please contact me. Hare Krishna.
No last word here. Yeah.
You, just a question. Are you going to show the other pictures of the morning walk and stuff?
Yes, they're just now coming.
Okay.
Now, can you explain this?
Because not everybody is on it.
Yeah. Marie Monti's question was, what about all the other pictures? So now, can you explain the next point of the program?
It's just one color. The German employees, you see, they're all white.
Yeah, can you name
They
why?
were all dressed in white because Hans Duda was in white. And we were all Hans Duda fans.
That wasn't the real reason. Can I answer? Hemavati, she explained it to me. She said, all these boys are so young boys and they don't know what the color means. So let them just wear white. And then the rehearsals, they are supposed to wear yellow, but the yellow didn't go over very well. So everybody just wore white.
I asked Smita Krishna Swami about the video where he is coming, when Prabhupada comes down from the plane there in Arlanda on September '73, and then Smita Krishna Swami comes forward in a white dhoti and garlands Srila Prabhupada. And I said, Maharaj, you're a brahmachari, why are you wearing a white dhoti? And you know what he told me? Do you remember what you told me?
No, but I remember something. I thought it was a theme about Jerusalem. I thought it was too bothersome to tie the materials.
Yeah, they couldn't
Just
do that
get
color.
white.
Yeah, this is a waste of energy and time and money, dye costs money, you just wear white.
That was one of the main reasons. We tried to save money, but we didn't even have the money. So
I remember we had all the German employees all dressed in white. So they thought there's no brahmacharis in Germany?
No, I thought Maharaj wanted to say more. Sorry, I was pointing to Maharaj because I thought he wanted to say more.
I wanted to do something more. Make it throughout.
Okay. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
So, next part of the program, Mukunda Prabhu has made a nice presentation, and I guess you can present it yourself.
Hare Krishna. So, thank you very much. And it's a very, I can say, special honor. Special, I'm very grateful to be able to present this to you. It has been very special for me. I was requested to make a presentation about Prabhupada's Day in Stockholm. And I learned so many things just by being absorbed in trying to present this for you. So actually I have the beginning of the presentation. I don't have time to present today. It's about the first Swedish devotee, Lila Shakti, who joined in England 1969. And then presentation of Sri Krishna Swami, Bhagavan and Ajit Prabhus, and also speaking about Padmavati and Krishna Premi. So I don't have time for that now. Time is limited, so I will directly now focus on the week when Prabhupada was in Sweden. So I think I just start. So, Srila Prabhupada arrived on the 5th of September this year, 1973. So he was here, you see the week there. He arrived on the Wednesday, the 5th. And according to the Vaishnava calendar, it was a special day. It was Radhastami. So Prabhupada, in the morning, he gave a lecture in London at the birthplace temple in front of Shri Radhanandavishwara. This lecture is recorded, so you can listen to it. And after the morning program, Prabhupada took a 2 hours flight to Stockholm. So Yogendra Prabhu mentioned about when Prabhupada arrived, and I will show you now a short film clip. It was in the Swedish news in the evening on the 5th of September in a report, Swedish news magazine. So you will see Prabhupada descends the airplane. And Srila Kirti Prabhu was there with Sri Krishna Swami is putting 2 garlands here on Srila Prabhupada. And here it looks like a temple, but it's actually the whip lodge in the Arlanda airport that the devotees had arranged like this. The Vyasa-san from the temple. And here Srila Prabhupada, he gave an arrival address. Yes, Vajranath. So what I have done now is I have picked out 3 short sound clips from this arrival address by Srila Prabhupada. And I also put in text there so it will be more clear to see. So we will hear Prabhupada now directly addressing the Swedish people.
I thank you very much for your kindly receiving me. This is the first time I am coming in this country, Sweden. This Krishna consciousness movement is spreading all over the world gradually. It is little difficult to understand the purpose of this movement because it is completely on the spiritual platform. Generally, people do not understand what is spiritual platform.
So Prabhupada is saying it's really difficult to understand the purpose of this movement. And as you know, Narottam Das Thakur, he says, Goloka Premadan Harinama Sankirtan, that this Sankirtan movement actually is directly imported from the spiritual world. So Prabhupada, as we said, it's completely on the spiritual platform. So then Prabhupada, he goes on and he is speaking about what is actually required if we want to understand deeper the purpose behind this movement. So we hear now Prabhupada continues.
First of all, we have to understand this distinction between the spirit, soul, and this material body. If we can understand what is the spirit soul, then we can understand what is the spiritual movement. What is the spiritual life? Complete freedom, eternity, blissful, and full of knowledge. That is spiritual life. Completely distinct from this body concept of life. Spiritual life means eternity, blissful life of knowledge. In material life means non-permanent, ignorance, and full of misery.
So Srila Prabhupada says that first of all, if we want to understand this moment, we have to understand the difference between the soul and the body. And so then he's asking himself this question, what is actually spiritual life? And he's answering it, it's complete freedom, eternal life, full of bliss and knowledge, completely distinct from material life, which means non-permanent, full of miseries and ignorance. Now in this last sound clip, Prabhupada speaks about the Hare Krishna mantra. It is always so practical. So now if you want to actually realize what this moment is, then he offers the process, the practical process.
how to understand, the process is very simple. If we chant this Hare Krishna Mahamantra, it is not very difficult task. There are only 16 words. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Actually, there are 3 words. Hare Krishna and Ram. So, we are simply requesting the people that you chant this mantra. It is not very difficult. And if you chant this mantra, then gradually your heart will be clean. The whole thing is that due to our material association, we are contaminated, cannot understand what it is like. But if we take advantage of this mantra, then gradually our heart will be clean and we shall be able to understand that I am not this body, I am spirit soul. Then real awakening will come.
So after the arrival address, so the devotees welcome to the ISKCON temple, about 30 minutes drive, and here we can see the house, the temple house. So Prabhupada, the first meeting he actually had 2 meetings the first day. The first was with the Indian ambassador, Mr. Damodar, and they spoke about many interesting things. But one thing was about politics and about what is actually a secular state. Prabhupada said that it's a duty of the government to see that people are not becoming degraded, that actually they are advancing, becoming purified. And Prabhupada here now gives a short definition. What is actually a secular state?
Secular state means neutral to any kind of way. But it is the duty of the government to see that people are religious. Not that because government is secular, let the people go to hell. No, that's true. Yes. If you are Muslim, it is my duty as government to see that you are actually acting as a Muslim. If you are a Hindu, then it is the government's duty to see that you are acting as a Hindu. If you are a Christian, it is the government's duty. You cannot give up religion. Dharmena hina pasuni samana. If people become irreligious in the name of secularism, then they are simply animals. So it is the government duty to see that the citizens are not becoming animals. That is secularism.
It's amazing how intense program Prabhupada had. First, as we said, in London, giving the lecture, giving the arrival address, coming to the temple, meeting the ambassador, and next, just 30 minutes after this meeting with the ambassador, he met one Swedish Indologist, Sanskrit professor, Dr. Carl Sunesson. And you can see here a photo of him taken around that time. He was 32 years old when he met Prabhupada. And special person, he knows many languages like Sanskrit, Bengali, Hindi, Tamil, Chinese, and even more. So here we will hear now a short sound clip when he's addressing Prabhupada.
Yes. Yeah. We have translated Chaitanya. Yes. So you know Bengali? Yes. Oh, thank you.
It stands Hindi, Bengali, Tamil.
That's right.
Do you recite this also Chaitanya?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think you could do it?
Yes. Yes. Jaya Jaya Mahaprabhu Sri Krishna Chaitanya Tahar Charana Srita Sei Borodhan Purbe Gurbali Chai Tatte Koila Namaskar Guru Tattva Kahiyashi Eve Pacheno Vichar.
So these are verses from the 7th chapter of Adilila, Lord Chaitanya in 5 features. And Prabhupada recited 57 shlokas for Dr. Simerson. And he was just sitting there, listening. And so they had a very interesting conversation. Of course, you can hear all these lectures, it's so wonderful. They are still available on the internet. After some time, Dr. Simerson asked Prabhupada, do you chant kirtans? And Prabhupada said yes, of course. And he asked, could you do some kirtan? And Prabhupada arranged for the devotees to play kirtan to the professor. And then after that, Prabhupada said, so you are a bhakta? And Dr. Simerson said, no, I'm just studying it. I'm fascinated by many things, but I'm not a bhakta. But Prabhupada, he was like really trying to encourage me. And he said that you are, there are so many scholars, but you actually wanted to hear kirtan, that means you are a bhakta. So, and then he asked, did you like the kirtan? And he said yes. It's very unusual to hear this in Sweden, they said. And then after some time, more conversation was taking place, and then he asked, do you sing also hymns in Sanskrit or Bengali? And Prabhupada said, yes, we do. And then he brought out his harmonium, Srila Prabhupada, and he was singing for the professor one of his favorite bhajans, Hari Hari Vipale, and he translated it for the professor. Then he got some prasada, he got Prabhupada's garland, and then we left. So that was the first day.
One addition here, Ajit Prabhu distinctly recalls that off the record there was a group of Buddhists who also came to Sangha that day.
Oh, really? That same day? Okay.
Yeah.
Group of
Now,
Buddhists.
Prabhupada spoke to them. He said we should form a society where we totally meet. Buddhists, us, and you.
How nice. That's confirming Ajit Prabhu's undocumented memory that there were Buddhists visiting Prabhupada on that very intensely busy first day. And now Bhakti Bhushan Maharaj recalls even that what Prabhupada spoke to them. So that's a fact.
And their organization was Buddhismens vänner, friends of the Buddhism, of Buddhism. That's what the name of their organization. Buddhismens.
Thank you. So now we come to the 6th of September, and Srila Prabhupada went to the Stockholm University, but that's in the evening. So first he had morning program, Ugalarti was there every morning, and Srila Prabhupada was reading this week from the Srimad Bhagavatam, 5th canto, Lord Rishabh's teachings to his sons. And so he lectured from the first verse this morning. So, Nayam Teoti Apajam Loke, Kashtam Kaman Arati Vipudhyame. So, Prabhupada said that both in daytime and nighttime, people are working so very, very hard. And what's the goal of all this? So he said, simple sense gratification, that's all. And then he gave an interesting example. He said, like yesterday, I was going from London by air to Stockholm, and on the airplane, he said, there was one person very, very busy. He was making different kinds of calculations, and he was completely absorbed in it, and he was working so hard. So Prabhupada just gave that as an example. And so what is the aim of all this? Simply self-replication. Yogendra Prabhu spoke about his invitation card that Adi Prabhu found at his parents' place. And I will show you now this invitation card. It's about the program from the 6th to the 10th of September. And here you see, this day now, they go to the university, 7:30 p.m. And then next day, Friday, we come to that zone, Prabhupada and Lotus Temple University, 2 programs there. And so then, on the 8th, it says the Transcendental Parade, that's Harinam. And there were 2 public lectures, that's on Saturday and Sunday, in the old kårhouse, gamla kårhuset in Stockholm. And then on the 10th, Prabhupada gave a lecture at Sigtuna Stiftelsen, Sigtuna Foundation. So we all come to this, but here you can see the program we found. So Prabhupada went to the university and he was reciting shlokas from the 7th canto, you see here. And he was, it's about Prahlad's instructions to his demoniac schoolmates. And he said, I'm actually choosing this verse or verses because this is a university. So it's fitting like that. So Srila Prabhupada spoke about Srimad Bhagavatam, that it's the essence of the Vedic literature. So we will hear Srila Prabhupada speak.
I am reciting some verses from Srimad Bhagavatam. It is the essence of Vedic literature. It is said, Nigama Kalpataro Goditam Phalamdam. Just like a big tree. What is the essential thing in the big tree? That is the fruit. Suppose the mango tree. What do we want from the mango tree? The mango.
Srila Prabhupada said that the essence of Vedic literature is Srimad Bhagavatam. And it's Kalitam Padam, it's the mature fruit of the desired tree of the Vedic literature. And so Prabhupada gave quite a long lecture at the university, and then there was a question and answer time. And one scholar, I think, asked a very nice, interesting question. And he's addressing Prabhupada as Mahaprabhu. So that's interesting. So we will hear now Prabhupada's, or the scholar's question, and then Prabhupada's answer.
Well, this part of the word Mahaprabhu is very materialistic, as you know. In Europe, we always talk about science and technology. The part of the world that you come from, spiritualism has the highest place. I would like to ask you, is there any possible way of a balanced combination between spiritualism and materialism?
Yes. Actually, there is nothing as materialism. Materialism means forgetfulness of God. Just like in the Bhagavad Gita it is said, materialism means that you are dealing with earth, water, air, fire, ether, all mind, intelligence, so far. These are the subject matters of study, materialism. But God says they are my separated energies. These matters, you have not produced this earth, water, air, fire. That's a fact. That is produced by the energy of God. So, while dealing with material things, if you remember this material change is produced by God, then you are perfect. Spiritually, know that where from this act has come, where from the water has come, where from this fire has come. Then it is spiritual. And one does not know, he is ignorant. Actually, that is the fact. But one who is ignorant of the fact, he is materialist. And one who knows the source of this material element, he is spiritualist. That is it. Therefore, the conclusion is, one who does not know God, he is materialist. And one knows God, he is spiritualist.
So now, 50 years later, just 4 days ago, we had this program at the Stockholm University. We had Pranava Prabhu here. We would like to thank him so much for arranging this program and receive a few pictures from this occasion. So I'm just mentioning it now very briefly. So now we go to the 7th of September next day. So Prabhupada and the devotees went to Uppsala. You see here in the background the Uppsala Cathedral. Så vi hade också här now in Uppsala yesterday. And so of course there were program in the morning. Prabhupada continued to speak and read from the 5th canto, chapter 5. So this morning he spoke about, it was like pointing to the altar. You can see here a photo of the altar in the Spånga temple. They didn't have any details yet. And simple Panchatattva altar called Gurupuranga altar. And Prabhupada said that don't think these are pictures. Don't think so. They are personally present. And Prabhupada is asking how to realize this. And then he says it's a question of the quality of your devotion, of your service. So he says if your service is not first class, it will take some time. So he said that, and then he actually narrated a story of Shakshi Gopal, how the atheist is thinking this is a stone statue, and how the devotee is thinking here is actually personally, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Satchidananda Swami, I made a film interview with him in 2018, and he's speaking about this theme of Prabhupada, how he was relating to the altar in the Spånga temple. So you can hear Satchidananda Swami here.
The first memory which I have of Srila Prabhupada in Sweden was in his little temple in Spånga. We all had chanted our japa, and all of a sudden Srila Prabhupada entered the group of chanting devotees, and he paid his full dandavat obeisances with the length of his entire body on the floor to a picture of Panchatattva. Immediately it struck me that for him this were Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Nityananda, Gadadhar, and Advaita Acharya and Srivas Thakur. It was not a picture. It took him a long time to finish his prayers, and then he came out.
So also I have a couple of photos here from, it looks like a Guru Puja. Prabhupada here's from a slightly another angle. You see more Prabhupada there. And then after the morning program, breakfast and so on, the devotees went to Srila Prabhupada Uppsala. 60 kilometers, 45 minutes drive. And actually, the Uppsala University has very long, interesting history. It was founded in February 1477, and that means 9 years before Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared. And Bhagavan Prabhu mentioned Krishna Das. He was instrumental for arranging what I understand the program at the philosophical department in Uppsala. You can see here a couple of pictures from this occasion. Prabhupada was reading from Bhagavad Gita 13.1. Here we see Krishna Das, who was the main person, I think, behind this. So now again, I have taken out 3 short sound clips from this lecture he gave to the scholars, so we can hear Prabhupada speak, and also there are some questions from the scholars. So the first thing is Prabhupada is speaking about what is God? God is a supreme controller. He's not controlled by anyone. So we will hear Prabhupada.
Ishara Parama Krishna. Ishara means control. God means controller. Supreme controller. So that supreme controller means he has nobody else to control him. Here in this material world, we find one controller. He is controlling, but he is also being controlled. He is not absolute control. Here we find some, say, president. He is controlling this state, but he is also being controlled by popular votes. If the popular votes are against him, he cannot control him. In this way, to go on searching out where a person is not only controller, but he is not controlled by anyone. That is all.
So, in his lecture, Prabhupada spoke about Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. And one scholar, he had a question about this. So you can hear the question and share Prabhupada's
I have also a few good questions about the relation between Krishna, is the supreme personality of Godhead, and Paramatma and Brahman, which the Brahman.
Yeah.
Brahman.
Yeah. The absolute truth is one, but he is realized by different persons, different. Just like there is a big hill. So from very distant place, you see that hill just like something like cloud. But if you go forward, you see something green. And if you go actually to the hill, you see there are so many trees, so many houses, so many living entities. The object is the same, but realization from different angle and vision is different. That is the description of Srimad Bhagavatam. The absolute truth is called tattva. When I see the hill as a cloud, it is the same thing. When I see the hill as something green, that is the same thing. And when I see the hill, actually, there are so many trees, so many animals, so many men, so many houses. This same thing. Similarly, a Brahma, Paramatma, and Bhagavan is the same thing. But it appears different according to persons' different realities. But ultimately, the absolute truth is Bhagavan.
So it's such a nice explanation Prabhupada gives from this famous verse from Bhagavatam, Vadanti Tattvavidas Tattvam Jatkanam Paramati Paramatmati Bhagavaniti Shabdati. So that learned transcendentalist who knows the Tattva, who knows actually the truth, they call it Paramati Paramatmati Bhagavaniti Shabdati. And so practical, like you can see here in this photo, if you see the hill from a distance, it's very vague, it's like cloudy. if you come, Prabhupada said, if you come a little closer, you see something green like here, but when you come very close, you see the variety. You see the houses, you see the personalities, the animals, the people, everything so clearly. So it's such a nice example. So now there is one more question from one scholar, and I think it's the same scholar. He's curious about what is this personality. Well, one can imagine it's something new for them. They more heard about impersonal Brahman. So they will hear the question and Prabhupada's answer.
What is this personality? It's not the same as our personality.
God is also person. Arjuna is also person. And all others who assemble in the battlefield, they are also person. So Krishna says that all these persons, they are existing in the past. Now they are existing. And in future they will exist. And that is also confirmed. Nitya Nityanam Chetana Chetananam Eka Bhunam Bhudati Kaman Pahupani. That he is the chief person amongst other persons. We living entities, we are many persons. And God is the chief person. And what is the difference between this person and that person? The singular number person one and the plural number person many. That is explained. Eka Bhunam Bhudati Kaman. That one singular number person is supplying all the necessities of this different plural number. That is the distinction.
When we finish our there is
impersonal description.
The unity is unexpressible.
Unexpressible.
Nothing can be said about it.
That was very, this is also Upanishad. Nitya Nityanam Chetana Chetananam. So, each person. Ishavasam Sam. There are so many. In Christian Bible also they believe God created. So, if he is a creator, he must be a person.
So, when I spoke with Prito Prabhu, he mentioned, he remembers very clearly that after this lecture to the scholars, there were prasadam distributed. He said, pots with hot prasadam, and it was appreciated very much by the scholars. Now, on the way from this program to the big program at the hall, student hall in Uppsala. So Prabhupada asked Adit Prabhu, what are the Swedish people interested in? And we mentioned it at the university the other day that Prabhupada said that this were, Adit explained at this time, people, especially the young generation, were very much into left-wing politics. And so then Prabhupada, as we know, we choose to speak about the Varnashrama Dharma system. And he spoke from Bhagavad Gita 1841, explaining about the 4 divisions of human society. And that, according to Bhagavad Gita, is completely natural, this division. And if we want peace and harmony, we have to accept this. So we will hear now Prabhupada speaking shortly about the different classes of men.
Sri Krishna has explained, Chakut Varnam Maya Srishtam Guna Karma Vibhaga. By quality and by work, there must be 4 divisions of the social status. First class, second class, third class, and fourth class. That is very natural. Just like in your body, my body, is divided into 4 divisions. So we can understand from our own body, there is head department, there is arms department, there is belly department, and there is the leg department.
So as we know, there was strong opposition, especially from one student. And Peter probably spoke about that in conference on Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa. I found the recording with Peter Prabhu when he speaks about it. It's from a few years back, so you can hear, see.
Prabhupada spoke on the 4 classes of men, the Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. And this was in front of a university crowd, a rowdy crowd of students. So as soon as Prabhupada finished, the students stood up right in front and said, of course, you think you're first-class men. Prabhupada lectured first-class, second-class, third-class men, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya. You're thinking you're first-class men sitting in a sea of followers covered with flowers in your high, exalted feet. You think you're first-class. It was dead silent in the room. Nobody spoke a word. And you could hear a pin falling on the ground. And then Prabhupada said, he was pleading as a man, practically speaking. He said, no. He said, like this with his hand. He said, no. I'm not a first-class man. He said, I'm a fifth-class man. So everybody shocked. Dead silent for a little while. And then Prabhupada said, in this deafening silence, he said, because I'm the servant of everyone. And we were just astounded when he said this. And I saw behind his lip was quivering, you know. He was deeply, when he spoke it, he knew it was true, that he was a servant of the whole world. And so 2 big tears came behind his spectacles. And that I saw, because I was right there. How he cried when he said this, and it was so clear that he was really the servant of the whole world, that he didn't think much of himself, and he was so humble, and that he had so much Shakti on one side, and on the other side, that he was so humble that he considered himself, in fact, the 5th class, the servant of everyone, the person who was supporting everybody, serving everybody, giving to everybody, and not expecting anything in return. I thought it was such a sublime display of such a pure devotee of Krishna. It was very moving, and I will never be able to forget it.
So Smita Krishna Swami, he remembers that you and Bhajana Prabhu, you were putting up posters around Uppsala for advertising this program. And one Swedish boy who studied at the university, he saw this poster, and he's now living here in Almviks Gård. He's here and he's Prabhu. So he was actually planning to go to his parents for the weekend, so this is Friday now. He was planning to go to Örebro, to his hometown. You can see here a photo from younger days. And but when he saw that poster at the university, somehow he became attracted. He came to the program, and you can see here how he's sitting in front of Srila Prabhupada. You have Prabhu here. So a few days after this, I think he called Bhagavan Prabhu, and he came to the Spånga temple, and he became engaged in, see here, Harinam in the streets of Stockholm. Mr. Prabhu here. Here's a photo from outside the Spånga temple with Padmavati, with, I think, Murli. And here we have Krishna Premi, Smita Krishna Swami, Mr. Prabhu. We heard about Dvarkesh Prabhu, and what's her name now? Sri Hari?
Sri Hari.
So now we go to the 8th of September. It was the day of...
Could I just interrupt you just for a minute?
Please.
I remember when Prabhupada actually said, I'm a 5th class man. He said it with such depth and such feeling. So when Prabhupada said, I'm not 1st class man, I'm 5th class man, and really when he said it with such depth and feeling, like the whole room exploded in applause. And it wasn't just the devotees saying Jai, but it was everyone. They really appreciated what Prabhupada, they got that understanding directly because Prabhupada was really authentic in it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna. So now 8th of September, and the devotees went in Harinam. But first I want to say something short about morning walks. Srila Prabhupada, you can see here some photos. And it was a bit chilly in the mornings, but the temperature rose during the day.
Could you go back one?
Yes.
Yeah, it was chilly in the morning, but on Rimati Mataji, when she was traveling by herself on the train from Hamburg to Stockholm, then she knitted this white woolen cap, which
I'm coming to that person.
Sorry.
No problem.
I'm still knitting.
So it was like the weather was really chill in the morning. Right now, the weather is warming up, such nice weather now, the last days. And so I think it was something similar when Prabhupada was here. And so one of the devotees who were present for the morning walks was, you see here, Satchidananda Swami. And this is now again a short film clip with him when he speaks about his remembrance of the morning walks with Prabhupada.
He went with us on morning walks. During these morning walks, we all tried to be close to him, to hear him speak, but it was not possible for all of us to be at the same time close to him. What I remember is that sometimes Prabhupada would stop and start talking about, he would pick up a theme from nature, from the houses, the things which he saw, and go into Krishna consciousness.
I just remember when I spoke with Prito Prabhu the other day, maybe you can shortly tell the story when Prabhupada heard a dog bark. And could you just shortly tell that story?
No.
Yes?
I was on the morning walk, and there was a dog barking. And Prabhupada stopped and said, "You hear this dog?" And he said, "Yes." And then Prabhupada said, our Prime Minister, Nehru, he became a dog in Sweden. And we were kind of shocked. And he said that. So later it became explained that Prabhupada actually heard this from a famous astrologer in Calcutta, and he was this was taught to him by Srila Swami, Srila Maharaj, and Godfather. He heard this, and he told it to Prabhupada. And the funny thing is, I mean, this was a very loud barking, this dog, wow! It was a German Shepherd, you can hear that I had to do this dog. And the funny thing is, in German, many times a big shepherd is called Nehru, which happened to be the same name as the Prime Minister. So he was often attracted by the name Nehru and took birth as Mr. Nehru, the dog, from different from previous life being the Prime Minister of India.
Thank you very much. So we see here now Rimati Devidasi sitting and knitting, and she, we can show here a photo of Prabhupada outside the Sponga temple. He has his hat, and she made that on her way to Sweden. She was traveling by train, And she did just what she's doing now. And you want to mention something? Please give the mic to Nima.
Yeah, there's not much time to tell the whole history about that, but I used to make these hats in Germany and I wanted to give it, somehow I traveled by train. I told the other day a story about that. And I was so worried that Srila Prabhupada would not accept this hat because it was white color. I wanted to get this Angora wool, really soft type of wool to make it for him. And I just the only color I could find from this soft wool. So then I just took my chances and I made it into Snow White. And according to Shivananda Prabhu, who gave it to Prabhupada because I was too shy, he said he put it on immediately. And then when he went on the morning walk, he buttoned it on the bottom under his chin. And then when they came back, and he buttoned it on the top.
Now, Rimati arrived here in Sweden. She has presented 3 similar hats, one to our Prabhupada Murti here, one to Koshas, New Radicum, to Prabhupada there, and one to Brahmakund in Stockholm. And now she's making the 4th one. Very wonderful. Thank you so much. Hari Hari Bol. So there is also one story around the morning walks that nearby lived a family and a girl, 14 years old. She saw from her bedroom, I think, the devotees walking, passing by her bedroom window, and she became fascinated, attracted, and she came and visited the temple, and later she became an initiated disciple of Srila Prabhupada. You see here the name Archa Devidasi. You see her here as a young girl doing arti at the temple, and I can show you here a photo together with her husband, Advaita Acharya Prabhu, who could not come today. It's from Vyasapudya cooking at Radhakund Almviks Gård. With Indra Prabhu and Ramanath Sukha Prabhu. So now we go back to the 8th of what happened on the 8th of September. So we said the devotees went for Harinam. We see here. They went on for 2.5 hours. It was Kirtan in the center of Stockholm. And then they went, the next part of that program that Saturday, we mentioned about the old kårhus, gamla kårhuset in Stockholm. And
as a students' union.
The students'
union.
Yes. Okay, thank you. And Bibishan, I have not, was he invited here?
He also died about 10 years ago.
I just saw it was mentioned in this book, Srila Prabhupada's Societies in Germany. He remembers when Prabhupada entered Gamla kårhuset, the hall, how everyone was waiting for him to arrive, but spontaneously he said everyone was standing up and like bowing their heads. So that was just something he remembered. It was completely spontaneous, not like he said in a TV show. You know, sometimes they put on some red light, you know, you should applaud or something like that, but it was just completely spontaneous. And something very interesting with this Saturday lecture at the Quorum was that Prabhupada spoke from Brahma Samhita, which was unusual, very intimate subject matters. He was speaking about the spiritual world, and we actually chanted 9 verses from the Brahma Samhita, and then he spoke. So we will hear Prabhupada speak shortly now from Quorum.
Advaita Purana Purusam Navayogaram. Although he is the oldest of all, you find Krishna always a young man. His from his face you find a young boy, 22, 25 years. Navayogaram. Vedeshu Durlabha. If you want to search out God by studying Vedas, it will be very difficult. Adurlabha Asamapto, but he is very easily available from his ego.
So Srila Prabhupada said, Yam Purana Purusham. So although Krishna is the oldest person, so Navayovanamsha is always like a young boy, 20, 25 years old. That is Krishna. And Vedesha Durlabha, that means it's very difficult to understand it just by studying the Vedas, actually impossible. But we can Adurlabhamatma Bhakta, by those with devotion, with love, he is easily actually accessible. And then Prabhupada he continued. He spoke about that Krishna's body is Satchidananda Vigraha. And not only Krishna's body, he spoke about his father, Nanda Maharaj, Mother Yashoda, it's all Chintamani, it's all spiritual. As we see here on the photo, Prabhupada mentioned that his friends are all Satchidananda Vigraha, the gopis, the trees, Kapaliksha trees, the houses made of Chintamani stones and like that. So he spoke about the cows and how they are all Chintamani. So he gave a whole description like that. And then in the end, we will now hear Prabhupada again, is that if you become attached to such a description, if you become attached to that place, you can also go there.
In this way, if you read Brahma Samhita, you get complete description of the spiritual world, the spiritual entity, the Supreme Lord, His associate, His country, His pastime, everything very nicely described. And if we become attached to such place, then we can try. We can prepare ourselves for going back to home, back to Godhead. That is the perfection of life. That is the mission of Krishna consciousness. Movement. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So devotees remember that it was very nice feast served after, especially devotees are remembered puris and some nice sweets and cauliflowers and Vishnu Tattva. Oh, you remember that?
Yep.
Wonderful.
Trace and trace.
Yes?
Yeah. It was a particular sweet that was kind of like simply wonderful, but it was cooked and there was spices in it. Cumin and was it fennel? Oh. Yeah. Additional something Himavati came up with.
So wonderful feast.
Yes. And I think I cooked a lot of
You cook puris. So now we come to the Sunday, it's 10th of September, and there's one photo here from the morning walk. Srila Prabhupada comes here with Shritaketa Prabhu, and here's Krishna Das and his wife, Indrani, and his son. And
How's that doing? How's it doing?
absolutely. Yes, absolutely. It's also. I also want to mention something about what I have heard about prasadam for Prabhupada this week. And Prabhupada expressed that we should use what we have ourselves. We should eat what is growing locally. And so there were apple trees, pear trees, and Krishna Premi told the story. Maybe you can just mention it quickly how about when you were picking apples, Prabhupada was at the balcony.
Yes, Prabhupada was sitting out on the the top floor balcony where his room was, and he had no shirt on, and it was September, so everyone was amazed that it was so warm, and everyone was saying, "How is it so warm? Prabhupada must have brought the warmth with him. There's no way it's this warm normally." So he was enjoying, and I think it was me and someone else went out to pick fruit. I'm pretty sure it was apples from a tree out in front. Or maybe a Jeep remembers, was it a pear tree or apple tree? A pear tree, okay. Oh, well, we went out to pick pears. Prabhupada just was looking down at us picking them. And he said, you know, if you pick them straight from the tree, you can just accept it straight from the tree. You don't actually have to offer it. And I was quite surprised because we offered everything, you know. But it was like, no, this is. He didn't say any more, but I got the understanding that this is coming directly from a gift from the tree, and it's a gift from Krishna, and so it's like we can take it. There's no sort of middlemen in between or anything. And so that was very nice that Prabhupada gave us that special, instruction.
Thank you very much. So also, you see here, lingonberries on the right side. They served Prabhupada a bowl of lingonberry, and he ate that. Also something about that Prabhupada got his massage because of the warm weather. They were, you see the balcony up here. What I understand, he was sitting there, and Ajit Prabhu, you remember?
Yeah, well, no, I remember that he got his massage up there, and it was nice and sunny weather.
Okay.
But I wasn't the one who gave the massage. They all did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gave him massage up there on the balcony.
Yeah. And you asked me the other day. You asked me the other day whether Prabhupada got the massage in the back of the temple. I told you now it's up in the balcony there. Remember that? And I just got confirmed by Preetu just a few minutes ago that yes, Prabhupada used to take it. Yeah. So he was there. He got a massage, and we saw him and we did it.
Thank you. So now it's still Sunday, and they had a second program at Kårhuset. So this program had a special subject, like lecture title, The Guru and Spiritual Life. And then Prabhupada chose to speak from Shishugurashtakam, explaining the different verses. Made prayers of Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, describing the qualities and activities of the Guru. And Prabhupada, he first spoke about samsara. And he said, actually, we are going, transmigrating from body to body, not only from life to life, it's taking place right now. So he gave that example that, like now, we all had baby bodies just a few years ago. So now we have step by step going from baby body, you see here, to childhood, youth, and so on, step by step, to old age. So Prabhupada explained that very clearly. So that's samsara. And then he compared it with Dhavanala. It's like, he said, it's like a forest fire. And why? Because we are forced to accept unhappiness. That's why it's compared to a forest fire. So we will hear Prabhupada now speak shortly about this.
That is compared with Davana. Davana means forest fire. In the forest, nobody goes to set fire, but it takes place. Everyone knows. Similarly, within this material world, nobody wants to be unhappy. Everyone is trying to be very happy. But he is forced to accept unhappiness. That's what is called Davana.
So now we come to Monday, the last full day, 10th of September. And Srila Prabhupada, he gave a program at Sigtuna Stiftelsen, Sigtuna Foundation. Bhagavan Prabhu, he actually met the director of Sigtuna Stiftelsen at on Fire now in Stockholm. And you connected with him and you had a nice talk. I think his name was Ulf Söderlind. Yes. And then there was arranged that Prabhupada could come to Sigtuna Stiftelsen to speak. Is that correct?
He sent an invitation when we spoke about he wanted to see Prabhupada. And I think Krishnadas did the actual negotiation with Sigtuna Stiftelsen. But can I just go back one day?
Please.
And when in the old student union, Prabhupada was there. What happened was that actually the summer had been wonderful. The whole summer was warm, really surprisingly well, nice. But we were on the streets every day, chanting and distributing the books that we had to do, Krishna, and the source of all pleasure. And with us on the street were a lot of people collecting money. There was the Christian groups, there was the alcoholics, the drunkards, they were there collecting money for their wine. And we used to have two people coming, and they were two jokers. One was tall and one was short. Very, very joking. And as it is sometimes with people who are subject to, addiction, they can turn in a minute or a second from happiness to aggressiveness. So they started off with being aggressive towards us. But we used to talk to them every day. I used to talk to them every day. And finally, we had a very nice relationship. So I invited them to come to the student union to hear Srila Prabhupada. And they did. I was quite surprised to see what they did. And then Prabhupada lectured on the point of how do we see Krishna, as you mentioned. And one of the similes, metaphors that Prabhupada gave was that, well, even a drunkard sees Krishna, it's the taste of wine. And they loved that. They talked about it for days and days afterwards. Krishna's, yes. So, well, that's, I guess.
Thank you so much for mentioning that. So they went by car to Sigtuna Stiftelsen, And you see here Spånga Temple. So 1615 it was founded in 1915. Prabhupada spoke from Bhagavad Gita, you see here 7 chapters, texts 1 to 3. And we were there the other day. Here's actually the exact room where Prabhupada gave his lecture. I took these photos just the other day. And I have a short sound clip also from his lecture at this very room. We can hear Prabhupada again speak.
You may improve the material condition of life. You cannot live here. Just like you have constructed very nice city, Stockholm. That is very good. But you will not be allowed to stay here. You will be kicked out at any moment. What is the solution for that? You construct a nice place, that's all right, very good. But you stay here, but you cannot stay. That is your problem. If you can solve that problem, yes, I have constructed a nice place, nice city, nice country, and everything is nice, but I will stay and enjoy, but that is not allowed. Then where is the perfection?
Here's a photo from the other day when Jubilee Prabhu arranges a very nice program. You see here also Nitai Das, who you see him speaking here about his life and Walter Albitz. Very interesting subject matter. So that was Jubilee Prabhu arranged for this meeting. And so the next, we can say, last program Prabhupada had was he went back from Sigtuna to the Spånga Temple, and then he met psychiatrist Dr. Christian Hauser. You see here, there's a photo of Christian Hauser. They had a very nice or interesting conversation. I just took out a very short sound clip from their conversation. It's the last now sound clip, and we hear Prabhupada.
Yes, psychiatrist, you know very well. Every man is more or less a man. Anyone who is infected with his material energy, he is just like a man ghostly haunted. You have an experience of ghostly haunted man.
Oh yes, but that's very often a symptom of a psychosis. That they are persecuted by foreign power in their mind.
Yes. So this is not ghostly haunted. Our material concepts are applied. This is also ghostly haunted. Madness. I am Christian, I am Hindu, I am Muslim, I am Englishman, I am German. These are all concepts of ghostly haunted. Because spirit soul is pure. The spirit soul has no connection with such designation.
So now, the last morning, 11th of September, Srila Prabhupada, he made his morning walk early, I think around 6 o'clock, and then the devotees, at least the many devotees, accompanied him after this walk to the Arlanda airport. So Prabhupada left, he was leaving for going to London. Now, just like ending this presentation, I want to show you a letter that Prabhupada wrote to Ajit Prabhu 7 months after this visit to Sweden. He had received the book, you can see here, Swedish publication, the second publication, in Swedish, Krishna Vedvetande, det högsta yogasystemet, Krishna Consciousness, the topmost yoga system. And he was very pleased with that. And he wrote to Ajit Prabhu, I think, a very inspiring, wonderful letter. So I can show you here the original letter, and I can read what Prabhupada writes. My dear Edith, please accept my blessings. I beg to acknowledge receipt of your letter along with a new publication in Swedish on my work, Krishna Consciousness, the topmost yoga system. Of course, I cannot read Swedish, but looking through this book has given me unlimited bliss. After all, this is my prime duty to publish books on Krishna consciousness. The printing of the book appears excellent, and that you are profusely distributing the book all over Sweden is a crowning success of our moment. We will conquer Europe with these books. I can only thank you again and again in sincere gratitude for producing this literature, and pray to Krishna to bless you with all spiritual advancement. I'm planning to go to Paris, France in the second week of May. And while I'm there, I can also visit you in Stockholm. Let me know if you can arrange a meeting at the university for that time, and then I should be able to go and join you in spreading Krishna consciousness to the people of Sweden. Hope this meets you in good health. Your ever well wisher, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So I just think it's so wonderful how to see Prabhupada's enthusiasm for coming. He says, I want to come and join you and spreading Krishna consciousness to the people in Sweden.
Maybe it's out of place now, but I remember when one time we were walking down the stairs of Srila Prabhupada. I was right behind him. And Bhagavan and Ajit were waiting for Prabhupada. And when Prabhupada reached him, he said, so how is my godbrother? I mean, he obviously was referring to Sadananda. And then they said something, I don't remember what they said, but then he said, yes, he was ruined by his health.
Ruined by his health.
Yes. I still remember this.
Where was this?
This one in the temple, the Prabhupada was visiting. I don't remember the name of the place. What was that? Sponga, yeah, Sponga.
Thank you. So thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhu, for nice presentation. I think we all need a little break, so we will take a 10-minute break, and then we will continue with Vegavan.
If anybody's interested in this book, I'm there. You can pick it up.
Made this fantastic presentation, and also, as we were mentioning, there's 113th chapter in this book. Srila Prabhupada and his disciples in Germany. Most of the devotees came to Sweden were from Germany. And if you want to read this chapter, very welcome. This book is available there. Their last copies. It was published originally in 1996. Only a few copies are left, which I brought here, if anybody's interested.
De ligger inte i fas längre, så mycket är klart. Bara 13. Ja, men jag vet faktiskt. Antingen det eller söndagsfest då skulle jag säga.
I have 21 fragrances. Yeah, sure. I'll move in. Sorry. This one, they're live at the moment. It is on Temple YouTube and Temple Facebook. So if you go on Almviks Gård on Facebook and YouTube, you can find it. It is already there. It is on live. This is live right now. It's broadcasted. At the moment, there are 2 people watching.
Okay, so
yes, so
that's fantastic. So one can download it from YouTube.
You can download it here. You can download it from YouTube.
Okay.
I need to get your number. This is your working time on my work. Yeah, I thought so because when there was the issue on the laptop with the charger, and then the charger was like, oh, I don't have it. Yeah, sure. So I'm from Ireland.
Ireland?
Yes.
Oh, Ireland. Okay, very good.
This one here?
Yeah.
Ireland.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You are on WhatsApp? I am on WhatsApp. Yeah, sure. I have some videos that are recorded on 17 phone, better quality as well, but it's short video. So now this happens with your speed. It's a great loss of life, but the quality is not great, so I have also videos on a separate phone. So this one I will send it to you by transfer. Thank you. Yeah. Just send me a message, then I'll have your number. Thank you. I have to wait for 50 years now. I don't know if I will be here. Maybe my children or my grandchildren will be
No, all right. So what I'm saying is, now we are finishing 5 minutes past half this. And then they got back to 2. And then they do you need some sort of like a reminder there is 5 minutes left or something? Then we will be, yeah.
Hare Krishna. So it is time to start the next part of the program. So everyone is welcome to have a seat, and we will begin the program shortly. Hare Krishna. So now I will present the next part of the program. We will hear from Legavan in Egypt. And they also want to have some reciprocation from the audience. So if you want to comment or ask a question or something, you signal to me and I will come with the microphone.
Hare Krishna. Yes, just to continue what I was saying, that we do want participation. And this is the way philosophy has been discussed since time immemorial. We all know that the Greek philosophers did not sit in classrooms, they walked and discussed. And that I have personal experience of, and we have experience with Srila Prabhupada doing the same thing. Seeing this slideshow, it just brings back so many memories. Memories of devotees and memories of Srila Prabhupada. And the last 5-6 days now, I've been thinking about, actually, Brahma Murta Prabhu asked me the other day in Koshnas, when you see all these things, he happened to call me, you weren't there, but he happened to call me the father of everyone that were there. And I didn't know if he was rude or if he was actually referring to something higher. And he said, what do you feel when you see all? And I thought, and I had to think, how to put that in words. He went on, so I didn't quite have time to respond. But I felt proud. I felt really proud. This is something extraordinary that we see, especially in view of how it started. I'm not sure that you know, some of you would know, but we started in a, couldn't be a more humbler way, in a tent, in a camping ground. Ajit and Krishna Premi had gone a little ahead of us. We were in Germany, and Ajit and Krishna Premi came down. I was trained up. I was traveling with Havardhana, the one we talked about. Simply Vishnu Tata, was it? The specialist, yes. Anyway, I traveled with him, distributing books in Germany without speaking very much German. I felt very much uncultured, not speaking the language so well. So when we were ready to go to Sweden, I felt relief. I can now explain myself, who I am, and what I'm doing here. I just had been there a few weeks before, and broke on the grounds. Had a first Harinam with Krishna Premi, and so when they came to Germany, we went together back to Sweden, and we had no place to stay, of course. So, but we did have opportunity to get a tent. Was it from your parents?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah. So we got a tent, and we started going into Stockholm City for the Harinam and distribution of the booklet, Krishna Reservoir Pleasure. And then we returned each night to the camping ground, and we had the help of a brahmachari, English brahmachari, who was in Germany, called Narendra, and we saw him in the picture there.
What time of year was it?
Sorry?
What time of year was it?
This was in July.
We arrived in the beginning of June.
Oh, so it was in June.
Yeah, it was in June.
You know, I always thought it was the 1st of June, and you told me no, it's a little later.
No, it was probably the 1st of June.
Oh, yeah. So I was right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry, but what year? 72?
73. The same year as Prabhupada came, just a few months before.
But sorry, you all came to Hamburg Temple in September, May 1973.
In May 73, we came to.
Well, that was May 73.
Yeah.
Well, did Heidelberg.
First Hamburg, then Heidelberg.
Yeah.
And from Heidelberg, there was a base when we were out on Sankitau. We were traveling around for 3-4 weeks.
Yeah.
In Germany to gather, collect funds for our mission in Sweden.
We heard a wonderful Tulsi Puja sung by Krishna Premi, very moving.
She always sings very movingly. Yes. I don't know now, but I haven't heard you sing. I've seen you cry, but I haven't seen you sing.
You were singing with Ariane yesterday.
Oh, okay. Anyhow, so we stayed in that camping ground. Narendra was sleeping in the car, and we were in the tent. And so we used to come in every day and do book distribution in Harinam. And that's where I met these two drunk gentlemen who attended Prabhupada's lecture, loved evidently they spoke English very well, so they understood the taste of wine was Krishna. And so they actually turned towards the end, instead of coming to us in the beginning to ask for money for, buy some more wine, they started giving us money. They collected money and they gave us also, gave to Krishna. So that was the humble beginning. And then we've seen how the progression went from Spånga Temple, from the tent to Spånga Temple. We also stayed a while in the student rooms in Uppsala. Yeah. So it was like a nomadic existence. Anything you want to say there?
Yeah, one thing, like Krishna Prem and I, we came in April first to Sweden, and then we went down to Germany in May. And during that time when we were in Germany, this book, Krishna, the Reservoir of Pleasure, had been printed in Germany and sent to my parents' house in Sweden. And it was 32,000 copies that came in a truck to my parents' house. And they were completely amazed. What are they going to do with all these books? So they had to empty their storage and everything, and all these boxes of books there. And we were not there. We were in Germany at the time. So when we came back to Sweden, the books had been delivered.
Yeah. Our experience with... Sorry?
Who translated?
There was Smita Krishna Maharaj and myself. We'd done different parts of it.
And not with the Swedish letters? Or
No.
was a with a handmade circle above it? It didn't look the best. No. The book was nice though.
And your parents were so accommodating.
Yeah, they were very tolerant and accommodating. That was a base actually in the beginning. When we went out we came back to my parents' place, and then we went out and lived in tents, and we came back to gather books and stay there for some time. And during about a month and a half, in July we rented a house in Spånga.
But you had a Tulasi there in Västerås.
Yeah. We actually planted Tulasi in April when we came there, and seeds, and then my mother took care of them when we were down in Germany. So when we came back from Germany, they were quite big already. They had grown very well.
Do you remember where the seeds came from?
India.
Well, your parents were always accommodating.
Yeah.
We stayed there so many times, passing through, and so many times, eating them practically out of the house. And I remember your mother wasn't very aware how we could eat. In yogurt, and usually in Swedish houses they take 1 or 2 tablespoons of muesli. Well, we finished the whole thing, and So they were quite amazed at the amount we could eat. Yeah, so that's how it happened, how it started, and we used to be on the street every day in front of the bank, which was made our bank, and they saw us come in every day and deposit money very diligently. And I was actually, Padmavati was asking me the other day, how could you get such a nice house in Spånga as you saw with no money and no one had a job? How is it possible? And I don't know the answer to that question, except that the man was quite positive, wasn't he?
At the back?
No, at the one renting us the house.
Yeah. He needed to rent out the house because he was bankrupt and he couldn't stay there, so he had to get a cheaper place and rent the house to us. That was the thing. He had a company and but gone bankrupt, and he did konkurs, right?
Bankrupt.
No, it's bankrupt. Yeah, okay. So he rented another cheaper house for himself and his family, and so we could rent that house.
Yeah, still amazing how he allowed us. But then we're dealing with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, so anything is possible, and we learned that from Prabhupada. Prabhupada's personal example of everything is possible. But I'm thinking later, actually, when we're going to get Krishna's Gård. If I remember rightly, we had 12,000 crowns in the bank at that time. And it's quite daring to go and ask for a few million, a million something for a loan. And one of the reasons was because we developed, crown by crown, practically every day, going in to deposit that money. They saw that there was continuity here, and then we developed a good relationship with the bank. So they had some belief in us. You have some more there.
Not really, no.
But it was
Prabhu's father?
Sorry?
Prabhu's father had some.
Well, Prabhu's father, he was a surveyor, and as a surveyor, you have a lot of contacts with people in the real estate, both the shady ones and the not so shady ones. And he happened to know the person that, it's a long story. ISKCON Gård used to be a prime place to go for a weekend for Stockholmers, because there used to be like a cafeteria, art, all sorts of things going on. It was like a cultural place, and very nice, grass and people visit. Then it was bought by like we call them in Swedish, a torpedo from Mr. X. Mr. X was a mafia man, and he had a man that was doing all the dirty work for him, and he had bought ISKCON. Unfortunately for him, he was, as far as we got to know, ordered to commit suicide, or else someone else would do it to him. So he did that in ISKCON. Yeah. But the person with most of the money left in the, what would you say, who provided the loan, wasn't just a bank, it was a real estater, if you call it that. So we got to know him through Prabhu's father. And it was quite a scene. We went to meet him to discuss this project, and Ajit and myself came in wigs, reasonably good wigs, I thought. And we sat down in the Grand Hotel, most expensive hotel in Stockholm. He invited us there, and we discussed the conditions. He liked us. He liked us, fortunately. And so we started discussing how to do this. And it was decided that we should sign at Korsnäs. We're going to put the final signature on the loan and everything.
But this is a little later, right?
Sorry?
This is a little later.
This is
This is
77.
77.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah. And I remember walking up towards Korsnäs from the road up there first time and thinking, oh my God, this is perfect. This is heaven, but how are we going to afford it? How are we going to pay for it? Anyway, we assembled there, and together with a lawyer, and we sat down to read the conditions, and at the very crucial moment, a very gross man rushes into the room and says, "I'll buy it. I'll pay cash for it." And I thought, oh my God.
And it was 450,000 more than we had offered.
Yes. So I thought, we're done. And but it turns out that the man that we've been cultivating, Mr. Bolin, he really disliked this brutish man coming in, who was the owner of a big restaurant in Södertälje. So he didn't take that offer of cash and 50% more money. So we signed. Sorry.
So these guys should have it, he says.
Yes.
And he said, for this I get points in heaven.
He did. And they continued to be friends until he left his body.
I would like to say some things about this occasion and thank everybody who's arranged all these commemorations. I mean, for Jubilee. And also, I've been thinking about how the mission has developed over the years, because it was very dynamic for a period of time when we got Korsnäs, and up to the beginning of the 80s, so many devotees joined. It was a very dynamic period. And but what is the extraordinary thing that has happened, it has also to do with how this tradition has become respected and well known, especially in the academic field and people, which was shown by the workshop that Pranava had arranged in Stockholm at the same place and same time, 50 years later at Stockholm University, when scholars from all over the world, from India and the US, came to speak about Vaishnava philosophy and about the significance philosophically and also historically what has actually happened. Because before Prabhupada there was nobody hardly at any Indology departments or religious studies departments who were interested in Hindu theism or Vaishnava philosophy. But now it's well known all over the world, and it has some impact on that level. And I feel very enthused by this, because when I joined the Hare Krishna movement, it was specifically the philosophy that attracted me. I thought it was a little too much to shave the head and dress like that, but that was part of the whole thing, and go out in the streets. but it was specifically this tradition that attracted me very much. And actually, before I left Sweden in together with Vedon, we both studied philosophy at the philosophical department in Uppsala, and we went there, I remember, to ask if they had any books on Indian philosophy, and they didn't have any books. So they asked us, can you recommend some at the library at the philosophical department in Sweden? Of course, Indian philosophy wasn't considered philosophy. Actually, philosophy was a Western thing. It started with Plato and Aristotle and that. But and then I thought, when we left, I want to come back here and teach them what philosophy really is. So it was such a nice thing that we had Prabhupada came to the philosophical department and spoke on the 13th chapter on the Bhagavad Gita. Quite a few years later, it was not so many, maybe 5 years later, because we left 68, 69, 4 or 5 years later. And how this the Hare ISKCON has been sometimes going very well, sometimes not so well over the years. But when it comes to the knowledge of this tradition and how it's been spread and known all over the world, that is amazing, and it's all due to Srila Prabhupada. Actually, that all this has happened.
In this regard, I'm wondering, when you first came, there was, as we heard, a very secular, to put it euphemistically, atmosphere here in Sweden. But at the same time, there was a lot of interest. For example, Ulf Söderlind at Sigtuna Stiftelse, the director of this foundation, a very prestigious Christian foundation. He approached Megamon over the street when he recognized that this is from the Gaudiya Vaishnava line, which he had become familiar with. So how does this dichotomy go together? That they were very much against and at the same time. You understand?
Yeah, typically Sweden. Yeah. But even if it's the dominating atmosphere in media and the politics and everything was of course very secular and very in a sense atheistic, because we had a famous philosopher in the 40s, 50s called Ingmar Hedenius, who was very prominent. He criticized that the theological department at university shouldn't be there. It's not science. It shouldn't be. So he wrote a book called Truth and Belief, where he criticized Christianity very much. And there is a saying about what you're calling. There is no God, and Ingmar Hedenius is his prophet. So he and other cultures have such a strong influence in Sweden that religion was not discussed very much on the broad cultural scale. But of course, there were always Christians, and there were always institutions like Sigtuna Stiftelse and all these things. So it doesn't mean that it didn't exist, because it did, and they were very open to dialogue, especially the Sigtuna Foundation. So that was, they were interested in dialogue with other traditions. And this goes back to Nathan Söderblom, who was an Archbishop of Sweden in the beginning of the 20th century, and he was very open to dialogue. So that within the religious sphere, there's been quite in Christian, the Swedish church has been very open to dialogue with other traditions. And this way also, they and myself caught on to, and we were very much engaged in those kinds of activities when we were here.
Yes, I mean the media was one thing. As we heard Ajit give a lecture the other day at Stockholm University, the media was saturated with Marxist ideas, or even more revolutionary ideas. But people in general, if they had one good thing it was that they were kind. And therefore our reception on the street, for example, was usually, we were well received in speaking to people. And so that was good. And we had decided, because we had been in Germany distributing books previous to coming here, and we had decided, talked about, we're not going to be like in Germany. We wanted to do this. We wanted to try and do it in a way. We were not confronting people. We wanted to include people. We wanted to, as Ajit said, we arranged symposiums with scholars, with authors, with bishops, and so we had a lot of dealings with people on platforms that were rather important also. And we attended other organizations in their meetings, just to give us a good foundation to stand on, to work from. And that was on the instruction of Srila Prabhupada, actually. He told us to come here and preach to the intelligent people. And so that's what we decided to do. And I mean, I found it, in those days, of course, we dressed in dhoti and kurta, traditional, and there was no difficulty seeing people, whether it be a bishop or a leader of a huge company or something, because they couldn't figure you out by looking at you. And usually they look at your hair and your clothes, or what sort of person are you? Here we come with no hair and different types of clothes. So they were listening more than usual to us. And it worked very well for some time.
Mukunda Prabhu mentioned that in Sponga there was the 14-year-old Osa who saw you wandering in the neighborhood there all together with Prabhupada, like we saw in the pictures. Now, how was it with the neighbors there in this Stockholm suburb with this invasion, or not called invasions, you know what I mean?
Particularly one neighbor wasn't very much interested or impressed by us. Do you want to tell the story?
Well, yeah, but I was temple president when this happened, and all these devotees came from Germany, and we had this, and they had it was about up to 8-10 VW vans or something that parked outside on the street in front of all these houses, and all these people, and it was, I mean, not only these neighbors, but many of the neighbors were a little shocked, I think, with all these people in a very quiet suburb to Stockholm, and I can't understand how we managed to. Everyone stayed and slept, and it was about 50-60 people in that house.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
We had a garage. On the garage, we put these masonry things so they on the cement floor, so that people could sleep there. So because it was so many people. But anyway, these neighbors, they were actually Pentecost Christians, and they complained very much, and they had complained before this also when we had RT and things for the sound and everything, and also even the health department came to register how much sound it gave when we were giving kirtans. Remember that? Pardon?
Is that Pingstvänner?
Pingstvänner, yeah.
Pingstvänner, yeah, right. So yeah, and they wrote and the media was there, and they said not only the sound, but to be always surrounded by people who are so strange gives me and my wife such we feel bad, psychologically about it. So they were really upset.
Did they count the shoes? How many shoes there were?
Count the shoes? I have no idea.
idea what they
That's what
did.
happened in Germany.
Really?
We were in this house, and the architect of the house was living across the street or something. And they were actually picketing, and they were counting all the shoes. It's like 50, 60 pairs of shoes here. How do they all fit in there? And all them taking showers with the garden hose in the back here.
So even we're surprised, so what to speak of them? Apart from that, didn't hear much from the other neighbors.
No, some neighbors were very kind actually. So, yeah. So.
But
There hasn't been it's going to raise a card or something. Sorry.
Did Korsnäs come directly after Spånga, or was Grevgatan in between, or was that the same time, or?
Grevgatan came after Spånga.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, oh, that's a long story too.
I think it was, we stayed in Spånga from July 73 till January 75. Then we got Grevgatan, and then Korsnäs 77, and Almvik 81.
I think Vajinet was asking you a question at the university lecture.
Yeah.
Are you saying that there were 200 devotees in Sweden?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure whether this was already in the 70s or already in the 80s, but it must have been in the 70s because I left Sweden in 79. So there were 200 devotees at the end in Sweden, and no more than that in Germany. So that was what I remember. So there was, but Germany has 80 million inhabitants, and Sweden only 10 million.
But we never had 200.
No.
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 Then must maybe go.
I think we were about in the end of 70, beginning of 80s, we were maybe about 100. I think.
100
and then we were maybe some temples other times
in Norway, in Denmark, in Finland. So 125 altogether we were at that time. Yeah. But it was a lot for being a small populace like that. 8 to 9 million, whatever we were at the time. So in Sweden, so we did well. We did well.
In '76, when you kindly recommended me for initiation, you kind of lamented in the letter to Prabhupada that there are devotees coming, joining, but they're not the Swedes.
Yeah. But I'm always moaning and groaning.
Prabhupada wrote back and said that, well, it doesn't matter, at least they're coming.
Yeah, well, when we actually got Korsnäs, and that's when we started getting Swedes. It was interesting because we had to go. You remember very well when we got Korsnäs. Yes, Yoginda did the most daring thing. I'm telling the story, glorifying Yoginda here. He had a chain. What do you call them? Soul? Yeah. And he had to open up to make the deities room.
It was a rock wall.
My goodness, it was scary to watch. With the same intensity like you do everything else, it was you attack that wall, standing on a flimsy ladder, and managed to open up this huge hole.
And look, 10 fingers still. That's God's proof, you know.
Yeah, but there's something missing in here. Yeah, I don't know what.
That was ordinary.
I think our time is up.
Yes. It's been shown. You're supposed to show a card, but you didn't.
Yeah, he has done it twice now.
Oh. All right. So that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Now we will be hearing from Krishna Premi Mataji. You would like to stand or sit? Sit, right, yeah. So she is also one of the Swedish devotees here, and now we will hear a little bit about her. And do you also take some questions if they have? Yes.
Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurani Pracharini Nirvishesha So it's very beautiful to be back here. I was feeling so confident and people. Okay, so yes, so yeah, it was really nice to hear, remember, and some of the things that Ajit and Bhagavan just shared then, I had totally forgotten, or I hadn't even heard them. So everything was very, there's a lot going on in those days, and so I don't have such clear memories of everything, of what was happening. But I do remember something that really, stuck in my heart, and that is when we left Australia, Ajit and I, and we went in front of Prabhupada, and he was sitting at his little desk, and I have explained this in the interview as well, but I thought I'd share it again. He was sitting there, and he was just so kind for about 10 minutes. He said absolutely nothing, and then with a big smile, anyway, there's a detailed thing he said there, but I just wanted to say that Prabhupada said, if you go to Sweden on behalf of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you will get all of his blessings. So it's like, that was, I was 21, and Ajit was probably 25, maybe? Yeah? I mean, can you imagine, we're only in the temple we've only just been around for a year or 2 years or however long it was, maybe from 71 I joined. So we came in 73, so 2 years. So we were, 21 years old and 25. And Prabhupada is investing all of this, he's blessing us with all of this mercy and giving us so much responsibility to go and, assist in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement. But he had so much faith in us that, we'd be successful. And that's what he was able to instill within our hearts. He was so confident, that Krishna would look after everything. We just had to be sincere. We just had to, chant and follow the principles and do what, and follow Prabhupada's instructions, and everything would work out. And of course, every day we realized there were miraculous things happening. We, as Ajit and Bhagavan was saying, we don't know where all that money came from. We went out in the street, we chanted, we distributed books, and it just came somehow or other. And of course, Krishna made the arrangements for us to get these beautiful places to be. So we're always looked after. So it was very nice. And one thing I'd just like to say, Ajit wasn't in the room at that time when that part in the slideshow where it was showing, maybe you had to go to the bathroom or something, where Prabhupada said, I'm just so happy with this book that you've given, that you've produced. And I don't know what he said. Did he say his joy is just, it knows no bounds or something like that, something very beautiful. And he said, because this is my mission. So, Ajit and Bhagavan were the translating these books into Swedish for everyone, and doing all this other service. And such a valuable service. Prabhupada was so pleased. Now, one thing that really was very amazing when we used to go to the schools. I used to love going to the schools, preaching with Bhagavan and Ajit, because I used to chant. I used to lead the chant on the harmonium, and then they would speak. And of course, I was just learning Swedish. So I learned Swedish that way by hearing them speak in Swedish to the school classes. But I was so impressed when, Ajit told me that the school books, we've managed to change the school books because they only had the impersonalist understanding of Hinduism, even though we got in there, that was the way we got in, because we said we're Hindus, but then when we got in, Ajit and Bhagavan explained, well, we're not actually Hindus, Hindu is not something that you can read about, and the word Hindu is not in the Vedic scriptures. But anyway, the personalist understanding alongside the impersonalist understanding, that was changed in our books due to the efforts in the school books, because the school kids every year they would study Hinduism. So since that time, every school class gets to understand not just the impersonalist understanding, Mayavad type understanding, but the personalist understanding of this Krishna consciousness movement, which is the true understanding. Even Sankaracharya, the one who came to promote the impersonalist understanding, he, of course, at the end of his life, said, worship Govinda, bhaja Govinda, bhaja Govinda. So we know that message of the personalism, that is our true message, that the Lord is as a person, and that we are all persons. And Prabhupada gave us that understanding because he is from the spiritual world. He is always was and still is in that deep rasic relationship. He's enjoying the mellows of transcendental reciprocation with the Lord. He had so much realization of the Lord and was able to impart that in our hearts, that Krishna was actually existed, Krishna was a person, Krishna is closer to us, as Mother Sarabi was saying the other day. Krishna is right there in our hearts. And she asked, do you talk to Krishna? Do any of you talk to Krishna? And some of us put up our hands, because he's the closest to you. He's right there in your heart. We think he's far away, but he's right there. So, as Ajit and Bhagavan, Bhagavan was saying the other day, that we are all individuals, we are all unique, each and every one of us, and we have our own ways. We've been guided in different ways to serve. After leaving the temples, how do you say, the monastic sort of temple setup style, we had to go out, we had families, we had to get jobs, we had to exist in the world, we had to interact with people out in the world, and that we found a lot more difficult on some level, because we had to cope in a situation where we weren't always surrounded by devotees. But I just want to tell you a little bit about the journey that I've had and how Prabhupada has been with me throughout this whole journey. Very different journey
to the journey of the going to the through the how do you say the universities and trying to change the consciousness of the scholars and trying to get the real how do you say philosophical understandings through from our Brahma-Gaudiya Sampradaya. Whereas I went a different path, and my path was more in getting people out of the analytical mind and into because I realized that people weren't actually really getting what I was trying to say, or it was hitting a wall because of the mind. The mind was getting in the way. So I developed a system. I developed you could call it a healing system, and I still teach this today. I've been teaching it for over 20 years. But to take people actually out of their heads and into the actual body, into the organs of the body. I actually get people to embody their organs and become the organ and actually speak on behalf of what's in the body. I've always felt that I needed to realize personalism from within on some level. I wanted to understand how I was a Mayavadi, how I was a void, I was into voidness and impersonalism. So I went inside and I connected with my body, and I asked my body questions, and I went deep. And what I realized as I went deeper into my body, the organs of my body told me I'm so much pain. And I asked, well, when you're in that much pain, how else do you feel? I feel hopeless, and when you're hopeless, how else do you feel? I feel empty, and when you're empty, what does it make you want to be or do? Disappear. I want to be nothing, because I am nothing. I don't feel like I'm anything. I realized that there are parts of me, subconscious parts of me, not my analytical parts, but subconscious parts of me that actually wanted to not be, I didn't want to exist. And that was, for me, the true impersonalism. We don't want to be present in the body because it's been so painful. We've had lifetime after lifetime of pain and suffering, and therefore it's much easier and much more, safe to stay up here and out of the feelings. So I went that direction. So since then I've taken a lot of people deep into parts of themselves where they're realizing we are all the ones who are voidists and impersonalists, because like Shakespeare said, to be or not to be, that is the question. We always either go into fight or flight, and the flight is where we go into non-existence, in the part of us that just feels nothing, into, either feeling nothing, freezing, or running away. So I developed a system to be able to work directly with the Lord to bring people back into that place of presence in the body, so we could move further and understand some very deep realizations from within the body, out of the mind into the feelings, because the feelings are our divine feminine, and our divine feminine is waiting for us to contact her. She is Radharani, the supreme goddess, and we have disassociated from our feelings because they've been too painful, and we have pretty well. I'm talking for me personally, and a lot of the people I've worked with have actually crushed that feminine. We've crushed the feeling part of ourselves, and so I've understood that through going into the feelings, only Radharani can take us to Krishna. We can't go to Krishna in any other way except through that the feminine because our process of bhakti is feeling. The problem is when we have a lot of painful feelings, we get stuck and we get blocked energy in the body. How can we feel all the joy? We get glimpses of it, but when there's so much pain and we haven't processed that, we haven't handed it over to the Lord, then we can't even enter into the real feelings of bhakti because our heart's full of all of that pain and suffering. Of course, if I had gone really deeply into the process of bhakti and performed everything with my heart, I know that the pure process of bhakti given by our Goswamis, that would have cleared everything. But I wasn't able to go in with my heart and my true full consciousness into the process. So I tried to at least, I asked through the Prabhupada for a way to be able to get a deeper understanding. And I just want to, I think it's pretty well time to wind up soon. But I just want to tell you my most beautiful moments in the work that I've been doing, and Prabhupada and Krishna have been with me the whole time, is helping people to get a deeper understanding of God. I take people into the little them, the little small child them who was told things about God from a parent or from a grandparent or from Sunday school or preachers or whatever. And I get them to become that little them. They just pretend to be little them. And what comes out of that little person? The little them. You know, like the 3-year-old, 5-year-old. I get them to be the little one of them. Yeah? Yeah, they become the little one. And I ask them, hello, little one, how do you feel about God? And some of them burst out crying. And they go, oh no, God's scary. He's going to send me to hell. These are people who are 50, 60 years old. On the conscious mind, they don't understand. They don't think like that at all. But because in the first 7 years of our programming, all of this, we are programmed to fear God. If our mother and father are how do you say, absent, or if they're brutal, or if they're mean, nasty, whatever they are, on the subconscious level, we project that on God, the supreme male and the supreme female. What I've realized is that working with all of these people have taught me so much about myself. And so the little people, the little parts of ourselves, still traumatized by the things that our parents have told us in the first 7 years of life. And the dark ones, the demons, they also know if you get a child in the first years, even a child within the womb, and you program them in the first years, 7 years of life, you've got them. You've already got them. You've won them. So this subconscious programming is something that we need to address and hand over to the Lord. Just a minute, I've developed a process, a very simple process where we can hand over this baggage directly to the Lord, and the Lord takes it. I've done it with lots of people. I've done it with some of the devotees here. You experienced that one? Yeah. So, handing over the baggage, handing over the burdens, and the Lord instantly takes them. Of course, Prabhupada, through Prabhupada's grace, to be able to hand it over. And the Lord instantly takes the burdens and the heart opens. Yes, Yukinder.
Is there time for a question? Yeah. Okay. When I first came to the Great Gothan Temple in '76, your body had a big, big belly on it. Because you were pregnant with your daughter Gopali, who's sitting here, right? Yes. So you must be 50 years old now. Okay. Now.
That would be 76. No,
Oh,
sorry,
okay,
sorry,
right.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
74, that would have been because she was pregnant.
Okay. My question was, in regard to form, when I came to the temple that one Sunday as a guest, the feast had already been. I said, what happened? And they said, oh, we installed the deities today, Gård and Tai. So I went up to them, I saw. But anyway, I wanted to just ask, you were instrumental with Ajit Prabhu. You suggested to Prabhupada that you would go to, in Australia, you would go to Sweden and start a temple and install deities. Could you tell us that?
Well, we asked Prabhupada what deities that we should get when we went to India. And Prabhupada said, you can get Gaura or you can get Radha Krishna, but not Radha Krishna immediately. So he gave us his blessings to do that. He said, you can go to Sweden, you can wear the normal clothes, you can wear a long skirt, Ajit can wear a suit. So he wasn't, he didn't expect us to go in devotee clothes or anything like that, but we ended up doing that anyway. But so he gave us his blessings for all of that, but we didn't, did we get deities, Gaura deities?
We want Gaura deities in India, yes.
This is how, but we didn't install them for a while, did we?
No, that was, for example, and those deities, I think, were brought to Denmark.
They went to Denmark?
Because the Gaura that was gave out came from somewhere else, very bigger.
Right.
We had a whole big trunk of stuff in India. It was weighed 50 kilos.
Wow.
Saris and beads and
lots of paraphernalia.
And we've done that also.
And you had peacock feathers, and they tried to stop you at the Indian because you cannot. It's illegal to export peacock feathers.
Right. Yeah. So we were called into the custom officer, and we had him read harmonium, and he ordered us to sing some bhajans.
Oh, that's right.
So Krishna Premi she has such a beautiful voice, and he almost fell into tears there, sitting, this with his uniform and mustache and everything like that. And after that, everyone forgot about the peacock feathers.
I've forgotten all these
You
things.
smuggled them through. But Prabhupada took note of Krishna Premi's bhajan singing, was it not? Didn't Prabhupada himself take note of?
Oh yeah. In Melbourne Temple, and he said, "Who is that singing?" It's Krishna Premi. Yes. That's why I gave her the name. She's got Krishna Prema.
I'm still listening to your Tulasi prayers quite often.
Really?
The one recorded on stage.
Amazing.
And what about the Jagannath, beautiful English church?
Done some amazing. Yeah, by Prabhupada's grace.
One thing, but it seems that there's some connection here because between Australia and Sweden, because it was Bhagavan Prabhu who was bringing the deity with Prabhupada, the deities of Radha Krishna to Sydney, yes, to Sydney. And on the airplane, you had the very deity of Radha there, and so on.
Yes.
And that's a whole story about Prabhupada's installing Radha Krishna in the land of the Mlechas. I think Korma Prabhu has written extensively about Prabhupada's, hope that this would work out, and he was later very satisfied that it would. And then, wasn't it so that when you suggested to Prabhupada that you would establish a deity here, that Prabhupada, he said he became so enlightened that he told you, "I'll come and help you"?
Well, that was not regarding to the deities. In general, he said, "I'm very happy that you want to go to Sweden, and I will come and help you."
As you saw in the picture, in the slideshow, we only had pictures on the altar. We didn't have We didn't install those deities.
Is there some reason why Prabhupada...
That's there in the letter somewhere. Yes. You can read the first letter I got from Prabhupada. That's where he says something like that. I don't remember.
Is there some reason you think why Prabhupada had such high expectations for that it would work in Sweden?
Well, I think he had high expectations everywhere.
That's right. He had high expectations for the world.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, we fully understood Prabhupada saw everybody. You know, he fulfilled the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Bhaktivinoda Thakur's great vision and message that everyone all over the world would experience this beautiful inundation of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And I just want to say before I finish here, just when I spoke the other day at Korsnäs, and I mentioned how it's 8,400,000,000 years. Once in that time, Lord Chaitanya appears in this world. How rare is that, and how rare is what he's giving? And that was just yesterday, because it's only been 500 years. So we're right in the middle of this inundation of the golden age of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So that's what Prabhupada could see and was instilling in our hearts. So, well, thank you, everyone. And I'm just so pleased to be here and seeing everybody and hearing it from everybody and remembering all of the old beautiful devotees that have been serving Srila Prabhupada for all of these years. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will have half an hour break and have a kirtan. And after the kirtan, we will hear something. Yeah, we will have half an hour break and a kirtan. And after that, we will hear from Dira Santa.
So it's not a break to stay here and we have kirtan? We have kirtan.
Yes, but sometimes you need to do other things.
Krishna Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati
So now we will have a little presentation from the about what Prabhupada has said. So, in a couple of
So I'm asked to speak some words on what Prabhupada said in different circumstances. Before I begin, I want to offer to you some of the prayers that Prabhupada offered to his Guru and Krishna before beginning the mission of spreading Krishna consciousness throughout the world. This is very significant prayers because it's in the mood. The prayers themselves are in the mood of Prabhupada putting himself in a lowly position and begging for the mercy of his Guru, Lord Krishna. And it's something we can do ourselves. Always do whatever we're going to do. However we're going to assist our spiritual master, we should know that actually nothing will be successful unless we obtain the grace of Guru Krishna, as Prabhupada did. Because we can ask the question, how come Prabhupada was so successful? This is the answer. This is the answer to that question. He was so successful because he took full shelter, 100% shelter of his spiritual master, who gave him the order to come to the Western world to spread Krishna consciousness. And he also took shelter, of also the 6 Goswamis. He took shelter of the Panchatattva, or Chaitanya Krishna. So this was his success. So these are just some of the prayers. Which I've chosen. How will I make them understand this message of Krishna consciousness? I am very unfortunate, unqualified, and most fallen. Therefore I am seeking your benediction so that I can convince them, for I am powerless to do so on my own. Somehow or other, O Lord, you have brought me here to speak about you. Now, my Lord, it is up to you to make me a success or a failure as you like. O spiritual master of all the worlds, I can simply repeat your message. So if you like, you can make my power of speaking suitable for their understanding. Only by your closeness mercy will my words become pure. I am sure that when this transcendental message penetrates their hearts, they will certainly feel gladdened and thus become liberated from all unhappiness, all unhappy conditions of life. Oh Lord, I am just like a puppet in your hands. So if you have brought me here to dance, then make me dance, oh Lord, make me dance as you like. I have no devotion, nor do I have any knowledge. I have a strong faith in the holy name of Krishna. I am designated as Bhaktivedanta, and now if you like, you can fulfill the real purport of Bhaktivedanta. So when Prabhupada came to New York, he had one acquaintance, and that was Swami Nikalananda. And one thing Swami Nikalananda tried to encourage Prabhupada to do was to change, compromise with his Vedic standards and principles. He advised him, if you want to stay in the West, you should abandon this traditional Indian dress and strict vegetarianism. Meat eating and liquor drinking, as well as pants and coats, were almost a necessity in this climate. However, Srila Prabhupada had another idea. It was a little bit different. And he would not budge from his traditional habits or lifestyle. He said, others may have had to compromise, but they had come to beg technological knowledge from the West. I have not come to beg anything, but I have come to give something. Also, when he came to England the first time, the reporters asked him, it was a challenging question. He asked, why have you come here to England? And Prabhupada said, I have come to teach you what you have forgotten, love of God. And that was a kind of little slap in the face in itself. So the reporter decided to ask another question. He asked him, well, have you come to walk on water? Walk on water like Jesus Christ walked on water. So it was another sarcastic question. So Prabhupada, he just completely shrugged it off. He said, walking on water, that's not so difficult today. You can just get a pleasure boat, you pay a little money, you can dance on the water, you can sleep on the water, you can eat on the water, you can do so many things on water. He said, no! He raised his voice, no! I have come to take your boys and girls from the back streets of London, Birmingham, Manchester, and make them from Vaishnava to Vaishnava. That's why I'm here. How bold Prabhupada was, just giving it a clear message of his intention. And he was very bold about it. Equal opportunity without any discrimination. One time Yamuna Devi came to Prabhupada and asked him a question. She asked him, your Prabhus, they are Prabhus, they will very easily go back home, back to Godhead. But we are women, it will not be the same. Prabhupada's reply was, yes, that's true, if you think you are a woman. He said, but you're not women, you're Vaishnavis, and therefore there's equal opportunity for you to achieve the ultimate perfection of going back home, back to Godhead. I was in Mayapur in 1973. It was the second Mayapur festival. In the first Mayapur festival there were 20 devotees, and in the second one there were 200 devotees came from around the world. That time Prabhupada invited his godbrothers to the festival, and he even asked them to speak something. You know, he had brought them to the Mayapur project that he was working on, and he asked each one to speak something. And there was a mixture. Some were favorable, and others were not so favorable. The ones that were not favorable, they were upset because Prabhupada had made many changes. For instance, allowing women to live in the ashram, to give women Gayatri mantra, and there were a few other things they were upset about. And when it was time for prasadam, Prabhupada called Malati over, and he said to her, you serve all the sannyasis prasadam. And of course that didn't go down very well with the sannyasis. They looked very upset. And then Prabhupada said to them, This is Malati Devi Dasi. She is my disciple. She would cut her throat for me, and I would cut my throat for her. And what more could they say to that? Prabhupada wrote in a letter, 1972, so far your question regarding women, I have always accepted the service of women without any discrimination. One time Prabhupada was giving a lecture regarding the higher planets. He would say, I am not just saying this, but I am convinced. Other times he would say, rest assured, or take it from me. He was saying, in fact, I know what I'm talking about, I realize this. It is a fact, so please take it and accept it from me. If you chant Hare Krishna, you will understand that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. All these things will become revealed to you. Take it from me, there are higher planets. Just because you cannot see them, it doesn't mean to say they don't exist. Don't be Dr. Frog. Also, one of Prabhupada's godbrothers pointed out to Srila Prabhupada that your disciples are not very cultured. Srila Prabhupada then said, but they will do anything I will ask them. They have Guru Vishta. Another of his godbrothers asked him, why do the devotees, your disciples, chant so slowly? Prabhupada replied, because it's a foreign language to them. He also said that if it wasn't for the Hare Krishna mantra, you boys and girls would not be able to do anything. One time Prabhupada was asked, what do you feel when you chant the Hare Krishna mantra? Prabhupada replied, I feel no fear. A hippie asked Prabhupada, but why can't you just chant anything? Do you have to chant the Hare Krishna mantra? Why not? If you chant 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, isn't that the same? Prabhupada said, well, you can chant 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And when you get tired of chanting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, you can try this Hare Krishna mantra. So in Gurudas's memories, there was a lot of nice things in his book that I took note. One time in Vrindavan, at Radharaman temple, Prabhupada was washing his dhoti in a bucket of water. Guru Das approached Prabhupada and said, I would be happy to do this for you, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada replied, I can wash my own cloth, in that way I can remain independent. Another time I saw him on his hands and knees scrubbing the floor. Then he looked up again and he said, be as independent as possible. That doesn't mean independent from Krishna, but independent from others serving you. Yeah. We know that as sannyasis. It's sometimes good to just get away from people serving. One morning, I think this was in Los Angeles, one morning, Srila Prabhupada entered the kitchen where Harsharini and Yamuna were making samosas. he began eating a samosa. Harsarini said, you can't eat in the kitchen. But Srila Prabhupada ate anyway. How many samosas can you eat? She asked. More than you can make, said Prabhupada. She then replied, but you can't eat in the kitchen. Srila Prabhupada asked, who has given you this rule? You did. You told us not to eat or taste the food while we were cooking for Krishna. Prabhupada said, then I can break the rule, as he bit into another samosa. Another time, Srila Prabhupada was doing a tour of a temple and entered the kitchen. He was inspecting everything, and he looked down and he saw on the table large strawberries in a container. He said, what wonderful strawberries. The devotee who was cooking for the deity said, Srila Prabhupada, they're not offered yet. So Srila Prabhupada took one and placed it in his mouth. He said, now it is offered. There's someone asked also Shruti, what do you do after you cook for Prabhupada in the kitchen? Do you go and offer it somewhere? And I said, no, I just offer it to Prabhupada. But if you anyway do that, when we offer to Krishna, we first offer it to Prabhupada. So Prabhupada offers it to Krishna. So Shruti never offered directly to Krishna. He said, no, I'm offering it to my spiritual master. He will offer it to Krishna. Srila Prabhupada said, boiled vegetables are a starvation diet. In the West, whenever we are sick, we resort to boiled vegetables as a cure. He was mentioning also how important it is to cook for Krishna with spices and ghee. And this is one of the things that I've noticed over the years, how the offerings, even to the deities, has changed and gone so low that there's no ghee, there's no spices. There's almost boiled vegetables. The Prabhupada said that ghee is for the inside of the body, oil is for the outside. He said, don't cook in oil. It'll make you sick. There's so much bad propaganda nowadays about ghee. But actually now in India, they're understanding that it was just bad propaganda. And for hundreds and thousands of years, they've been cooking in ghee. And everyone was perfectly fine and healthy. So whenever I initiate someone, I give them 2 mantras. I give them the Hare Krishna mantra, and I also give them the ghee mantra. I'm telling my disciples, don't cook in oil, cook in ghee. This is how Krishna wants it, and this is how you will remain happy. And I became a devotee because of the Sunday feast. I remember coming to Berry Place, and the first Sunday feast, there were at least 15 preparations. 15 preparations. There was a sweet plate and there was a salty plate. It was all cooked with spices and ghee. Prabhupada said, you need yogurt, milk, butter, ghee, grains, vegetables. This is how you prepare for Krishna. So it's very shameful today how we've come so low in our offerings.
Today the feast is cooked in ghee. I just talked to the cook.
One time Tamal Krishna asked Prabhupada, your book distributors are going out every day in all kinds of conditions, in all kinds of environments. Isn't it possible that they'll get some contamination, and then at the time of death, they will not be able to go back home, back to Gaudiya? It was quite a interesting question. But it was an interesting answer too, Prabhupada. You take that chance for Krishna. You take that chance. And if at the time of death, there's some imperfection, Sri Gaur Nitai will enter into the recesses of your mind and heart and will drag you back home, back to Godhead. In a park for children that had different animals, cars, houses and trains, Srila Prabhupada pointed with his cane and said, "Children's fantasy land." He then pointed with his cane in the distance, the city skyscrapers, and said, "Adults' fantasy land." Prabhupada was asked one time, is there any mosquitoes in the spiritual world? Prabhupada said, well, if they are, they don't bite, they sing. Should I carry on? 2 minutes. Well, there was an argument between Madhuvisa and Yamuna once. Madhuvisa was saying there's only one difference between Krishna and Balaram, and that's the color. And Yamuna was saying, no, there are other differences too. And they were kind of arguing back and forth. So Tamal Krishna came, and I heard them arguing. He said, why don't we take this up to Prabhupada and see what he says? So they went up to Prabhupada's room, and Tamal said, this is Madhuvisa, he's saying, there's only one difference between Krishna and Balaram, and that's the color. And Prabhupada said, he's right. And then Tamal said, but Yamuna is saying there are other differences, like Radharani only associates with Krishna, she doesn't associate with Balaram. And Prabhupada said, she's right. And Tamal said, but they both can't be right, Prabhupada. And Prabhupada said, you're right too. He was indicating how the spiritual world is much different than this material world. How it has to be right, and it has to be wrong. In the spiritual world, everything is absolute. And in the spiritual understanding, everyone is right. Everything is absolute. Is trying the best to make them happy. So those are some antidotes. Prabhupada said. Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada. Thank you so much.
Now there will be
I'm in line.
Put the mic to your mouth.
Yes.
Thank you.
And
I would just want to mention that the cook on something. Hare Krishna. So today's Sunday feast was sponsored by Mr. Murari Saha together with his family, and also with another anonymous person. And the cooking was done by Lokanath Prabhu together with his wife Karameshwari Mata. And we had several helpers in the kitchen. It was Ivan, Lisa, Govinda, Larissa, Bianca, Damodar, and Madhava. So the feast will be served in the Prasadam room, and we have special tables for the Prabhupada disciples to sit. And all the guests, you can sit either inside the temple, and if I think the weather is quite nice, you can also go out and sit outside. So, yeah, welcome.
after the Sunday feast, we will all gather here again at 4:30 to listen to Paragita. Sing, and let me sing.
Don't leave, come back after Prashad.
Yes.